Alright, how many creative worlds do I have? How many creative worlds do I have for Advent of Ascension anyways? I should probably just get rid of, like... I think I'll just look at those off stream and get rid of probably about 2 of them. So this is pretty much what I left myself with at the end of the last stream. Alright, so the mod also added in saplings for pretty much every type of tree. I want to see what some of these saplings look like. So every tree you can actually harvest in like all the new dimensions Advent has now have their own saplings. These got added into 3.3. So the wood is now renewable? I wonder what this tree's gonna look like. Sounds like something out of the abyss. Same goes for that. Eye bush sapling. Bright shire sapling, cherry sapling, creep sapling. So yeah, these can all just grow into like more trees now. These are probably the 2 trees in Lunaless, I'd assume. Sounds pretty Lunaless to me. Runic sapling, shadow sapling, shire sapling. Some of these look a little silly. This one does look a little silly, the Lunaless. No, the Lucaless one. So yeah, I think that also means the leaves are going to start decaying by themselves as well, which would certainly be nice. I mean, if you want to just clear out trees, best way to do it is to just break all the wood and let the leaves decay naturally. So I'm thinking it's entirely possible that now the leaves are finally going to do that for the trees in other dimensions, not just like the vanilla ones. Well, honestly, it wouldn't surprise me if that's the case. Okay, I think it's safe to say I can just get rid of this iron armor entirely at this point. But I do want to just prioritize moving over the stuff I do want to keep into these other chests now. Okay, I'm still carrying an amethyst sword, alrighty then. Didn't even leave myself with any iron. Was kind of running short on place to actually just keep iron, so I didn't bother keeping any. Okay, so I'll probably put some of this lapis in block form, most likely. And just do like so. And I guess I'll put this gold in block form as well. I'll have one block of gold and the rest will probably just be ingots for the time being. So at least now I can put away a couple more items. I'll keep the ender pearl here for the time being. I don't even plan to really use it until I get a blaze rod. Then I'll just simply make that eye of ender. And now I just need a bunch more. Well, I don't need that many more, but I'll take, like, I guess a couple blank realm stones. So I'll probably just carry the book for the time being. In case I need more blank realm stones. Or at least want them. So my armor's in still pretty okay shape. It should definitely last me for long enough until I get to the next set of armor I want. Which is probably just any armor that's a tier above Lindamite. Gonna get myself that Deep Lens Realm Stone quickly. Really should not take long. Oh, I made them both Deep Lens Realm Stones. Well, I can just make a blank Realm Stone whenever I want, so it's fine. Might as well just get that Realm Stone out of the way. So there's that nether fortress. Just gonna go straight here. Find some blazes, get the blaze rods. Probably also look for nether warts to start making potions, and then perhaps leave. So it's safe. I got super lucky to get this fortress right over here. So now I gotta just get inside the fortress. Probably gonna go up by the side here, most likely. Right then, I'm in. It's not even a ranged weapon to work with, so this could be a little on the more annoying side, I'll admit. There's a blaze rod. I'm gonna go look for nether warts, see if I get lucky and can possibly find some. Or if I'm just gonna have, like, these fortress walls to work with. Well, I know for a fact I'd have to start going inside, like, some of the rooms of the fortress. Like, they're not gonna spawn on these outer walls at all. And there's nether wart. Well, that was nice and convenient. Got some already. That was super convenient right there. I'm gonna see what else might be in some of these loot chests, because there's some loot chests. I'm gonna go see if I can maybe find there. Thinking maybe some of the loot chests could have something interesting in them. I guess it's probably gonna be worth a try to at least look. I know for a fact I don't need to spend too much time here. I pretty much got what I needed already out of this fortress. Oh, Data Veil is high. Hey, I came here and I did not even bring a ranged weapon of any sort. Came here with only a sword to really work with. Which was probably not my best move, to say the least. Well, that's nice. I guess that's one way to try and kill a wither skeleton. Either gotta hit the fireball back towards that gas or just not even bother with them. I'll just leave. This raid is probably gonna be more trouble than it's worth. Figured it might be worth it to see if I can maybe get a wither skeleton skull, even though my odds are low. I pretty much started it yesterday evening. So pretty recently, in other words. Right, so what's gonna be like the best way to get down from here? Probably the same way I went up. I'll probably go down by here, most likely. And then just kind of run from the Wither Wizard. Alright then, nice. There's also a health spot near my portals, so I'll probably have to quickly kill him and then I'll leave. Likely I'm gonna have to fight this guy before I leave. Okay, I think I did escape. And I don't know if the health spot's gonna get through, probably not. He didn't go in the portal with me, so I don't think he's gonna be following me through. Alright, so I'm pretty much home free. Home free with just one blaze rod, but it's better than nothing. I'll probably just come back and gather soul sand for the nether later. I don't really need to make potions for the time being. Destructing your room. Did I read that correctly? Yeah, I think I did, perhaps? I think I did read that right. Okay, I guess I did read that correctly, so... Blaze Rod. And they're probably kept in here. And now I can make an Eye of Ender. Oh, I got a lot of runium, actually. Got quite a bit. Just need to make, like, 16 of these. I need one ancient rock. What sword is this? Emberstone sword. Okay, then I see. So now I can actually just go and set up my portal and it'll be able to work and everything. So I got all the runes I need. Yeah, I can build a portal now. I can just build this once again. So I know power goes right down here every time. The other runes can pretty much go wherever else they want to be placed. You can pretty much place the other runes wherever. And I just moved my mouse, keeps getting stuck. This one gets stuck kind of frequently. So I now have access to the deep lands. So I have that portal up and running again. But I do also want to set up an enchantment table. Except no, I want to put it here. Because I know we're going to put the bookshelves. And there's some more books. Now I'm going to get some wood out to make bookshelves with. No, I meant to make the bookshelves. And there we go, 11 of them for the time being. It's better than nothing. So I can do some enchanting. I can get sharpness 3 on this straight away if I want to do so. Right, so I have some options for enchanting right now. Granted, I could have even better options if I just had more bookshelves. I'll just try and make do with what I do have. Oh, protection 3. Good start already. Yeah, pretty good start already for the enchanting, I'll admit. So I'll just re-equip the enchanted armor pieces now. Well then, that's a lot of enchantments. I say that's pretty good just for like my first set of enchantments. I say it's a good start. So yeah, this should help out quite a bit to say the least. It's going to make it only a little more likely that I survive, but I'll still definitely take whatever I can get for sure. So what I also want to do is just make a chest to keep all the realm stones in. So I'll probably put it here. So that goes in there. I'll keep a blank realm stone on me for my deep land strip. Because if I find a case construct, I can just get myself a Christevia realm stone. Bows that high. So I'm just seeing what I should try and do next. Trying to decide on my next move here. I'm leaning towards going into the deep lands again. Which one, by the way? Could just go into the deep lands and just really hope for the best. It's entirely possible I don't just get blown out of the water. Alright, so my portal started up here. So my portal, I actually have to climb up to it and get down from it. So this is certainly a little awkward. Really wasn't expecting my portal to just spawn up there, but I guess it did. Well, I got a zombie I have to kill. Well, certainly wasn't expecting that to just spawn there, but hey. I mean, I'm pretty sure I can still figure out something. Oh yeah, I still didn't actually take Wanna Be Friends off of my blacklist. Yeah, it also applies to live chat messages. I mean, what else can I say? Like, those bots are really damn annoying. Even if they're not trying to hack you, they're still super annoying. Like, I don't care if you don't have, like, whatever intent they have. I think it's likely just to farm either comments or subscribers, but still. I just find it so annoying. I mean, I don't expect YouTube themselves to really do anything about it, so, like, I pretty much gotta do something for the time being until this whole shit just blows over. So YouTube's not really known for getting much of anything done. Wouldn't have really guessed he was Polish alone from the name. And he got to work nice. I could just walk out the back of this portal and fall. So I'm probably going to put some extra blocks down to prevent this from happening. Picked a pretty interesting place to spawn in my portal this game, so... just so I don't just accidentally walk out the side of it and fall to my death. I mean, just to make this a bit safer, I'll put these blocks down. And then I'll just do a bit of exploring in here. I'll also get my notes back out. Well, not notes, but list the coordinates. And if I find anything good in the deep lands, I'm going to write it down for sure. Psst, don't give the bots, don't give the comment farmers any ideas. I wouldn't recommend giving the comment farmers any ideas. Then they'll probably just start spamming that next. Dense rock, okay then. I'm still likely going to be too busy to get to Custom Track Grand Prix it was, right? Yeah, I thought so. What's that behind me? I thought so. Yeah, good thing I got the armor with protection on it. Good thing I thought to enchant my armor before coming here. Yeah, definitely made the right call to get my armor enchanted. Yeah, because these guys are doing quite a bit of damage to me. Perhaps until I get even better armor, that is. Okay, that just showed up from literally nowhere. Spider's dropping from literally off screen to kill me. I see, that's how it is. Yeah, like, I don't know, having a bit more time to prepare for that would have been nice. I mean, a bit more time for preparation, I would have appreciated that. Okay, I think I just found a lotto structure. I mean, this has to be, yeah, it is a lotto man structure. Well, let me just first get rid of the enemies around here before I take a closer look at my surroundings. So yeah, Deep Lands Lotto Man. So I have a couple dense rocks already. How many Deep Lands tokens have I picked up? Like 39. So yeah, my portal is up there. I have to climb a ladder to get back into it. Well, at least for the time being, I have to climb a ladder to get back in there. Also, just so happen to spawn right near an Arachnid hut. Or Arachnid cave. Doesn't look much like a hut to me. It looks more like some sort of cave. And there's a sword that drops from the Arachnids if I'm lucky. I could get it maybe sooner than later, so I could try and just kill Arachnids for a rockpick sword. But I wish I had something with a longer attack reach. It would certainly make killing these guys safer. Especially since they seem to have, like, pretty good attack reach compared to the other Deep Lands mobs, so... Might just have to not even bother with the Arachnids. Might just have to try and lose this guy. No, we're not really getting much time to actually try and kill, or even get away from the Arachnid. Alright, they're already starting to make me run low on health. I'm already at half. These guys are still following me. I don't even know how much luck I'm going to have trying to lose these guys at all. Yeah, they can follow me up here. And probably through my portal as well. There's a spider there. And maybe just flush him out with this water. Okay, I guess not. I'm probably much better off just coming back here later at this point. Probably much better off just coming back here later when I'm even more efficient at just killing the enemies and getting loot from them. So I probably should just leave for the time being. Alright, it's fine. Alright, so I can make a bow with just the dense rocks and the string, if I really want. So now I need to get myself some holly arrows. I'm just going to start with these holly top seeds. So I need to do a bit of farming. Won't have to do much, but I'll do some farming. So I'm also going to make a hoe. Don't have iron and I don't want to waste diamonds, so I'm going to make probably the worst hoe in existence. Gonna make probably among one of the worst items in the game. Let's see how much use I can get out of this. It's probably gonna break apart before I'm done really just... Oh, wow. And I'm already about to lose this thing. Didn't really need it for long anyways. So yeah, apparently someone thought that would be a good idea. To make that an actual item in the game. Apparently someone thought that was a good idea. Wait, how many bones do I have? I only have 3 bones. That's like pretty much nothing. So I got 2. 2 holly top petals. Just 2 of them. I'm also gonna go and quickly grab some iron. So I can make those into iron nugget form. And then make a couple of arrows, but... I think I might be able to make like 8 arrows perhaps at the very best. Probably shouldn't have to grab that much more iron for like a while if I'm just gonna pick it all up now. Yeah, just this alone, what I've picked up, is probably are going to help me make a lot of holly arrows. Oh, what's this? Bigfoot? Yep. Got him. Oh, could have easily been something even worse than that. The Bigfoot. Could have been something a lot more deadly. Alright, now we're back on the surface. Already. Alright, so where's my base? Oh, Scrubby. Yep. Honestly thought it was going to be even worse than that. I still remember my very first encounter with that enemy, which really didn't go well. Like, they run fast, they set you on fire when they hit you. Honestly, just feels like a real crapshoot if you get stuck trying to fight one very early on in the game. Like before you get some decent armor. Honestly, just feels like a crapshoot. As long as you're not too far from pretty much any sort of water, you're carrying a water bucket, they're really not that big of a deal to fight against. Alright, so there's home. And I probably should have gotten these planted as soon as I got the other seeds. Level 3 hunter, and a bone drop, so I'll just turn that to bone meal. "12 arrows. No more, no less. I got 12 arrows. Pfft. Yeah, I'm still gonna need more holly top petals, so I gotta wait for those to grow. Because for the time being, I only have 12 arrows. What other enchantments could I maybe go for at the moment? I mean, just Unbreaking is not going to be too exciting unless maybe I get power with it for free. Okay, it's just Unbreaking by itself. So I have a bow, but only 12 arrows to actually use with it. So I guess that's nothing too exciting. Thinking maybe I should just go and do some traveling on the overworld, perhaps. Should survive this. What the hell? That didn't give me the realm stone. 26 blocks. I thought it was 22. I mean, I have Feather Falling 4 on my boots, so I should definitely be able to survive this fall of 26 blocks. Like, there's no way this can kill me. Just to get another realm stone out of the way, although I don't think I'm going to Lalicia straight away. I'll probably go through a couple of easier dimensions first, just to get even better gear, and then I'll consider setting foot in Lalicia. Yeah, I can kind of just wait a bit on going back to Lalicia. But I'll just get the realm stone out of the way. Hopefully this is high. I'm just gonna put this realm stone away for now. And I think I might just do some more traveling on the overworld for the time being. Plus I do want more Hollytop petals to grow, because I got only 12 arrows. You succeeded where I failed again? Please deliberate. So, first time was the Green Switch Palace and that second 4chan collab hack. 12 magic orbs. Did you beat that super long marathon level that pretty much was post-game? World 7 castle. Oh, the one with the falling rocks? Did I fail to beat that? Like, I remember, I vaguely remembered it being the one with the falling rocks, so it was just a complete and utter pain in the ass to try and beat. I'm trying to remember whether or not I did have to save state to beat it, but it's entirely possible I did save state to beat that one. Yeah, that castle with the falling rocks that were almost impossible to avoid. World 7 castle. I couldn't really think of any castle that stood out as particularly obnoxious, except for that one with the falling rocks. So yeah, I just hated that one with the falling rocks. They have the same pattern, but still... Okay, I don't remember if I caught onto the fact that they did. Not so sure if I remembered catching onto that or not. That they have, like, the same pattern. If you play it the exact same, you get the same patterns. I don't remember whether or not I caught onto that fact. That or I could maybe go to the Nether to get more Emberstone. I think I'm just gonna go right back to the Nether for Emberstone. Because I know we need some more of that too. Let's also make a shield while we're down here. Since we're passing by an iron ingot and I have some wood, I'll make a shield. So yeah, I have a bow. I don't think World 3 could have been that hard, but that World 7 castle, though, that was just obnoxious. Okay, there's that hell spot from earlier. I just got a nether upgrade kit. This is really not that common, last I remembered. Yeah, that definitely comes to show how much you've evolved. For sure. So I'm going to want to look for some Emberstone while I'm here. I mean, I want to see if I can maybe make another Emberstone sword. Just to try and get, like, some other enchantments on it. Specifically, I want to go for looting. Well, I just used up half my arrows. Nice. Already half my arrows just gone. Just to kill this one enemy. Oh, it's in the turbo tunnel, you mean? If it's the one I'm thinking it is, I probably must have struggled with that one too. I probably didn't have an easy time on that one either. Yeah, of course, fire has to be a thing. Probably just gonna wait around till I stop burning. Was that the abstract theme world, if I recall correctly? Uh-oh. Did I just screw myself? Okay, I didn't screw myself. Certainly looked a little scary, though. Right now, I'm still burning. Still burning. Still burning. Should have brought something else besides just wooden blocks. I could just pick up more netherrack and use that instead. Or just have it convert to nether bricks, because this pickaxe auto-smelts stuff. Alright, this guy looks like he's gonna aggro me. Yep. Flammable dust. Okay, then. No, I didn't want to mine this. I wanted to get Emberstone more so than anything else coming back here. I was looking for Emberstone. And I see some more here. Hardest level. I mean, I'd say that Falling Rock Castle was up there. And World 10 had some pretty nasty ones, if I recall it correctly, too. It's the World 10, I think it is, yeah. That also had some pretty nasty ones. Two of them at once. Okay. Oh, this might be a problem. And now I'm out of arrows already. Got to kill a whole 2 enemies with my bow. I got Torn Cloth. Nice. Off the Wither Wizard. What did this guy drop? Nothing really. Attack pattern. Just to simply shoot projectiles at you. Well, I know the goblins have it. Shire Trolls and Shirelands have it. I don't know, like, I guess the main design philosophy on Zolova's part, as in the original dev of this mod, was to just put in as much stuff as possible. Even if, like, many of the enemies do act similar. Yeah, even if some act pretty similarly to one another. If I jump in there, I'm probably gonna die, so let's not do that. I'm just gonna double back. Certainly a lot fewer than it used to have back in the day. For example, for quite a few of the bosses in the mod, you need to have at least a certain hunter level to be able to actually able to fight them. Yeah, 3.1.2, when it came to mandatory grinding to just fight all the bosses, was generally a lot worse. For example, Deeplands you can access from the overworld. 40-something diamonds in the beginning. I don't remember having to do that. For anything in particular. But when it came to fighting some of the bosses, like, some of the requirements are pretty silly. For example, the Deeplands boss Kror, sure you can access the Deeplands from the overworld, but you need to have level 79 in Hunter to actually be able to take him on, because the Boulder Dash used to be crafted with, like, a heavy boulder, which was a rare drop already from something in Precasia, and then have to combine it with, like, a Primordial Skull. And the only way to get that was to just buy it for 5 Primordial Dust, which, to get the dust, you need to kill Murkyres and Dustopia. Safe to say, much easier to go fight Kror now. You don't need 79 Hunter anymore. Nor do you need to rely on rare mob spawning. You still need like 1 rare mob to get into Gristivia, but still. Rare mobs aren't quite as rare as they used to be anyways. They're still not as common as the other mobs, but they're like not as rare. How much grinding did it require? I needed like a frame bench, which is like the typical to actually make armor in this mod now. Which is pretty easy to get. Just a crafting table, shears, and iron axe. Infusion table, which not that hard to get either. Once you find a ruined teleporter, that's pretty much the worst of it done. Then you just get some wool off a sheep, pretty much any infusion stone, and then some obsidian. And then for the armor set itself, I needed like 12 or 13 of these, and then like the rest was just limonite ingots, which the limonite is super easy to acquire. This wasn't too tough to get either. So yeah, Emberstone's not too rare. Not too tough to come across. Emberstone and limonite is super common. So it really wasn't like that grindy at all to get Lindamite. Lindamite had a different crafting recipe, and it was actually the armor set that was like better than iron but worse than diamond. And now Amethyst armor is just fulfilling that purpose as that armor set. In between iron and diamond, you might just forget even existed. There's another foraging level. Well, just starting off the mod is certainly a lot less intimidating because the average overworld mob is weaker. So it's a lot fairer for the newer player just to get invested into the mod. That plus also, you wouldn't have like immunity to fall damage from Amethyst armor anymore, but the two worst enemies in the Nether that would probably cause most of your deaths in the first place anyways got nerfed so they can't really just kill you as easily. Yeah, I'd say surviving in the Nether is a hell of a lot easier with skeletal cowmen no longer being aggressive by default. So now you have to attack them first. And even if someone was foolish enough to try to attack them first, very early on in the game, they wouldn't be able to because they need a higher hunter level to fight them. Right, I'm on fire. So that's why I'm on fire. So even if someone might have been like silly enough to try to attack one of these guys, like the game's not going to let them go through with it until they get 13 Hunter. And only then will the cowman start trying to kill you if you can actually damage them first. Plus the health spot used to have this ability to teleport players nearby it. Which it would also do this even if it was submerged in lava, so it could teleport you into lava if you weren't careful with it. So yeah, generally fewer cheap shots, especially in the early game, where it was pretty important just to get rid of all the cheap shots. There never was an explicitly stated end goal. There was no officially decided upon final boss, last I remember. Though I would like it if there eventually would be one in the future. Aside from the dimensions having a tier list now, which is actually officially described in the mods wiki, and also in-game, like it's officially outlined that there's a progression graph for dimensions. Other than that, not really. Alright, I got him. just some coins dropped. Okay, then. So I would have certainly liked to find more Emberstone than what I have now. So I'm probably going to use up that 14 Emberstone pretty quickly, most likely. And might end up using that a bit quicker than I hoped, so would have been nice to find more Emberstone, but I might still be able to make do at just 14. Alright, so how are we gonna get back out of here at this point? I'll probably just start bridging across to this here, right over here. I'll just bridge to that, perhaps. Perfect. Alright, there's a ghast somewhere. Yep. I can't really go easily hit it. I want to go look there for Emberstone, but I don't think I'll be able to do that so easily. And the ghast won't make it that easy. I really don't think I can challenge this. I don't think I'll be challenging this, most likely. Unless I get a lucky shot in and just knock this thing back at the ghast. That should have hit. None of these fireballs are ever going to hit it, right? No, that just hit me. Okay, maybe it's gonna finally leave me alone. Okay, I guess we are actually gonna get left alone. Nice. So I can just find some more emberstone and pick it up. Yep, and there's at least 4 of it. Oh, nice. 8 emberstone right over here. 8 of it. I'll definitely grab it all. Just got an explosive idol, but I'm probably not gonna even consider trying the boss without a decent ranged weapon. I'd much prefer to be able to fight the boss from a distance. Well, the one I can spawn in from that idol drop. Like, boss is both explosive based and it attacks with ranged projectiles. I'm probably not going to want to try it without a ranged attack of my own. Another giant cat. Trying to hit the fire cap, I'm not having much luck, it looks like. Got him. A little sloppy, but I'll just do that. Another explosive idol. 2 idol drops in a row. Okay, then. Might as well grab some soul sand while I'm passing through. Might as well grab a bit of soul sand while I'm here. Said I was going to do this earlier. I'm going to do it now. I think I'm just gonna make a, like, quick run for the exit. Hopefully this fire cat doesn't notice me and I can just go right in the portal and leave. And we are out of there. Alright, so once again we're home free. Alright, so these still have not grown at all. Still waiting on these to grow, most likely. So I got another torn cloth, so I got 3 of these now. I guess that's something. Alright, so what if instead of making another Emberstone sword, I make a Fireborn one? Because this has like one extra, no, like, yeah, it has 1 extra attack damage over like an unenchanted Emberstone sword. So what if I try making this? And then of course enchanting it, hoping I get looting on it, because that's going to significantly speed up this early game here if I get looting on this. Sweeping Edge 3. Perhaps I'm thinking maybe I'm going to need more bookshelves to give myself better odds at getting looting. Well, I can't enchant the idol, obviously. That wouldn't make sense. Fortune 2, that... Okay, I'm definitely taking up that offer. But no offer for looting on the sword, still. So, this I can definitely get behind. That for sure I can get behind right there. Just because I don't like it, the fact that it's raining, I'll just sleep to make it stop raining. So I'm not going to bother carrying these. What use will I possibly have for them, like, right now? 13 copper coins. Another upgrade kit. It's probably going to be a while before we actually get to use this. What uses does another upgrade kit have again? Let me just see. So yeah, another upgrade kit. Is it going to show the recipes with the Divine Station? Okay, it is. So I'd have to get Divine Station access, and then I can make a Candlefire sword. I can make this if I really want to. A wart gun. And then I need to start growing nether wart. Well, I could just go with this for the sake of having a ranged weapon. But I have to start growing nether wart, or it's really not going to be practical whatsoever. Okay, so just remember the wart gun exists, so I can maybe just use that as a ranged weapon until I get more holly top petals. Until I run out of nether wart again. Until I run out of that too, of course. So yes, if I can get to, like, where there's a Divine Station, that being Shirelands, I could have an 18 attack damage sword, which would be nice, but we gotta get all the way to Shirelands before actually being able to get that. And there's just one gunpowder, I'll take that out. And then I guess perhaps I'll make myself a wart gun that I won't even be able to use much because... Alright, so where's the gun frame? So yeah, I can make a wart gun, but not really get much mileage out of it still. Because I need to wait for my nether wart to actually grow. Alright, so... Still waiting on now 2 types of plants to grow, so we're really not much better off. Like, I'm pretty sure there's still stuff in the overworld I should try and get done. I mean, I would eventually like to try and get a jungle found, because if I can do that, then perhaps... I think I'm gonna go south right now. Because eventually, I know for a fact I'm gonna have to find a jungle to get into Percasia once again. So I would like to get that done too, finding a jungle. Just wanted to also make sure I had my worn book. Just so I could have more blank realm stones. So yeah, if I do come across a desert, that will let me get another realm stone. Yeah, if I so happen to pass through a desert, I'll probably get the Barathos realm stone. That's if I end up passing through a desert. I don't remember if I actually did go south earlier, or if it was north I went last time trying to find like a wind rune shrine. Personally, I don't think I did go south yet too far, so I'm going to try going south and see what that leads me towards. Yeah, I'll try and go south, see what I find. So I'll pretty much just be traveling the world, gathering realm stones, ideally trying to find a jungle because I need to get a jungle sapling for the sake of getting a Percasia realm stone. Like, I know that has to be done. So I do have to wonder if I'm going to have enough luck to actually find a jungle this stream. I'll probably just keep on running. So I'm just hoping maybe I'll get lucky enough to stumble into a jungle at this point. Just because I know I gotta get that out of the way eventually. That has to get done one of these days. There's no denying it. There's no getting around that. Okay, now that's a different Wind Rune Shrine. I'm tempted to just go up there just to take the Rune Shrine block. Just so I have like an extra one. I'm tempted to just go up there to grab the block. Right, so the shrine's up there. I just want to take the shrine block quickly. Yeah, these I can only assume are still completely unbreakable. Otherwise you'd just be able to take apart this whole rune shrine and recreate it at home. It would honestly be a little too convenient if you could do that. Oh, right at Feather Falling 4. I shouldn't have to worry too much about just falling from a great height. So yeah, I honestly do want to see my luck with this, see if maybe I can just find a jungle this stream. Even though it's entirely possible, I just don't get anywhere close to finding one. If I do find a desert, I'll also just take that as an opportunity to get the Barathos Realm Stone because I need to kill a husk, which spawns only in desert, to just get that back. So is that a desert or just a beach? I gotta get a closer look. Okay, I'm not seeing any cactuses, so it's not a desert. Oh, a Grim Reaper. Okay, then. Didn't drop torn cloth. Okay, that's just more ocean. But if I can find an ocean monument, I will also definitely take note of that. I mean, that would certainly also be a nice find if I do stumble into one. So yeah, since I'm in the ocean, I should definitely try and keep my eyes peeled. Then again, like, they do emit lights, so if I do end up passing by one, I'll probably notice it. Just quickly look at my levels. Level 3 Hunter. I really do want to get that leveled up eventually. I mean, I can still wait a bit to get that to like 17. But I would like to get it leveled sooner or later. Though it can wait. Alright, I didn't want to just have the boat underwater. Yeah, having the boat underwater really defeats the purpose of having it in the first place. Yeah, my main purpose is to just, like, be able to sail across the water. That's a lot of pigs. And there's a lot of pigs right there. How are there so many? Not that I can really complain, I mean, this is just easy food. I mean, there's some food, so I can't complain. So, highly unlikely I'd be running out of food anytime soon. Alright, zombie and golden armor. Okay, then. So I'll just keep on looking for a bit longer to try and find this jungle. So yeah, I'll keep on trying for it, perhaps. See, I got a lot of food, but if I can't find a jungle, then that's still gonna be pretty annoying to say the least. Because that's pretty important for overall progression with what I want to do. So if I can also gather some extra leather, that would be great. What sword is that? I wonder if someone else already asked me, like, early in the stream what sword I was using. Oh, it's actually you, like, Emberstone sword, if I have to say it again. Still using this Emberstone sword. Yep. I mean, it's really not that hard to come by. You just have to find 2 Emberstone ore in the nether, and then you can make it. So yeah, you can get it pretty early on in the game. Alright, so this leather I want to pick up. Okay, so I should definitely have enough leather at this point just to make the rest of the bookshelves. To have, like, as many as possible next to my enchantment table back home. Yeah, like in 3.2 the texture on this thing changed, so it looks different now. Yeah, before 3.2 this looked like pretty much most of the other swords. Well, it definitely looked pretty identical to a sapphire sword. Well, like, pretty much like what that used to look like, too. I think the look on the sapphire sword has probably also changed. Though I usually don't find sapphires until I get other stuff anyways. Until I just get pretty much other materials to make even better swords, so I really don't know. Yeah, I usually find sapphire much later in the game, like, by the point where I've got, like, probably an even better sword than the sapphire one. So how rare it tends to be. Okay, so I'm gonna find another roof forest, it looks like. Yep. So it looks like that probably just dropped some ivory. Oh, hi Volcanics. Currently looking for a jungle. If I also stumble into a desert or a savanna, that would be nice too. But more so, I want to find a jungle. Because to get to, like, one of the tier 1 dimensions, and then pretty much every dimension locked behind it, you need a jungle sapling, which comes only from jungles. Oh yes, definitely, hi. Well, I guess I'll keep on sailing then. Okay, so maybe I should keep my eyes peeled for an ocean monument since I'm in a deep ocean. But I'm not really seeing any. Because of what the prismarine shards that the guardians in that monument drop. Because of what those can be used to craft later on in Advent of Ascension. Because, like, one of my favorite armor sets, if not my favorite armor set, you need prismarine shards to make it. Alright, so now I'm just seeing a whole bunch of ocean. And nothing else is really going to help me much. Yeah, I was hoping to find a jungle, and I'm literally just finding ocean. And then just, like, also regular forests. Or taiga biomes, but are those really that different? Different wood types, different trees, like, also slightly different enemies that spawn here. But I could maybe find some Urkas just passing through, and then I could just kill them for a bit of extra hunter experience. So I don't quite know how much longer I'm willing to actually search out for this jungle. I definitely want to give it a good try. Alright. Just gonna go up here. So I'm just gonna go climb this extreme hills here. Or I can just simply walk around it. I'll see how much I can just walk around. I don't really feel like climbing it too much. Well, I guess I at least have to do a bit of climbing. Well, it looks like I'm gonna pass by another wind rune shrine. Won't really be able to buy too much of anything from that guy with only 4 copper coins. Plus, I'll probably just use all those projectiles up super quickly anyways. I'll just probably hold on to the copper coins for something else anyways. So now I'm just finding pretty much taiga everywhere. Or was for a moment anyways. Okay, I think I see something off in the distance. Let me get a closer look at it. I think it's probably a village. This might be a village. Yes, it is. Yep, we found a village. Let's just see what's going to be here, perhaps. Limonite, apples, so nothing too exciting. I'll probably take the apples, but that's about it. I mean, if I wanted, like, iron armor, that would have been great to find at the start of the game, but I have better than iron, so no need for that, really. Like, that would have been a much greater find earlier in the game. Like, as in when I literally just started it. Cartographer. And there's still also this guy to go check. See if this one's a librarian. Another cartographer. Honestly, not much else really in it for me with this village. Alright, so there's another extreme hills. I guess I will go and climb this one, perhaps. So I will just keep on running south, ideally. I'm just gonna hope a jungle shows up sooner than later. I don't know how many streams I'm gonna maybe have to spend looking for it. Oh, there's an Enderman. Unless it just runs off on me. Alright, he died there and didn't drop. Oh, he did drop an Ender Pearl, never mind. So I will grab that. I will also want to stockpile an Ender Pearls. So I'll definitely take that one. Alright, what's that over here? I'm gonna guess that's probably a lava lake. Yep. And there's another roof forest. Not particularly what I'm searching for, though. I really want to find that jungle. If I do stumble into a desert, that would also be nice, but I've just been seeing, like, the same couple of biomes over and over again. Pretty much just forests, taigas, and extreme hills. And oceans. And also a few roof forests here and there. I mean, I feel like I've just been seeing a lot of trees lately. And more birch forest still. Wait, is that sugar or repair dust? Oh, it's just sugar. Damn it. Got a little excited. I was hoping that was repair dust. No, it's just sugar. I'm not gonna bother keeping it. And again, like, witches wouldn't drop repair dust in the first place, right? I think it's only pretty much mobs added in by the mod that have a really small chance of dropping it. So in other words, I don't think like vanilla Minecraft enemies have any chance of dropping repair dust. It's probably just all the custom like newly added enemies. Magic repair dust, it's used to repair pretty much any item that has durability. So each individual repair dust would actually restore 20% of that item's durability. And yes, I said any item that has durability. For example, like my sword, my pickaxe, or my bow. Pretty much anything. Any tool, any weapon, any piece of armor, pretty much anything of the sort. So it's easily among one of the most valuable items in the entire mod, repair dust. Just picked up some roses. Didn't really come out here for roses. Yeah, I thought I heard of a mod that included duct tape that also restored durability on items. Like you'd place it on the ground, then you'd right click on the duct tape with the thing you want to have durability restored on, and then like as the duct tape would disappear, like the durability would get restored on your whatever item that has durability you use on it, pretty much. So I don't know if the duct tape's actually just strictly better at its doing its job of repairing stuff. I never really did see the duct tape in action. Well, I did, but like I don't know how I'd actually go about acquiring duct tape and that. Let me see. Duct tape. Personally, how hard is this to obtain, I wonder? Is it like possibly as rare as the repair dust in Advent of Ascension? Crafted with slime balls. Can be duplicated as it is counted as a block. 3 slime balls and 3 strings, so if you live near a swamp, you're pretty much set. So the string, that really shouldn't be a problem to gather, especially if you so happen to frequently pass through abandoned mine shafts. So it's a matter of just finding a swamp and having a store with looting on it. It's just going to make you get even more like duct tape. So it's probably just in general easier to come by than repair dust from what it looks like. Like, it's just a matter of finding a swamp because that's where slimes usually spawn anyways. Assuming we're talking about 1.12.2 here. Because I remembered older versions of vanilla Minecraft, slimes could spawn anywhere, but they were extremely rare. Here, there's like an extremely rare enemy outside of Super Flat Worlds. Oh, and there's frogs that drop the slime balls too, if, like, I guess the slimes aren't enough for you. So yeah, in other words, you're saying it's far easier to replenish duct tape than it is repair dust? Because that's how I'm reading that. When am I going to stop seeing forest after forest? This is getting a little boring just looking at forest all the time, let me admit. Yeah, I also did read up something about duct tape being possible to duplicate. I guess if it wasn't easy enough to just kill frogs for slime balls. And if you go in abandoned mine shafts, you'll pretty easily be able to find lots of string off cobwebs. I mean, I was definitely passing through quite a few mine shafts earlier, just looking for all those carved runes. So yeah, I do have a portal running that lets me go to the deep lands. But I still want to just see if I can get other things found on the overworld first. I still want to do a bit more exploration on the overworld. Because I'd like to find this jungle sooner or later. I think I'm going to start just heading back north sooner or later as well. Yeah, I think I'm going to start going back north towards my base. It's entirely possible I could stumble into a jungle on the way back, so... I need a jungle for a jungle sapling. So if I can actually just see this in all the items. Yeah. To craft this realm stone to go to a dimension known as Percasia, You need to get one of each overworld sapling, including jungle. So that should answer your question. I mean, I do know the location of a savanna not too far from my base, but it's typically the jungle that's like the one biome that takes the longest to find of the biomes you need to actually go to Percasia. It's typically that jungle that takes the longest time to come across. Which I actually did say I want to go north. Okay, I'm gonna stumble into another village. Looks like there's gonna be another blacksmith chest. Let's see what else might be here. So far, the only thing of interest is the blacksmith chest. This is a nice loot chest. 3 iron chest plates and an iron helmet. And literally nothing else. Like, what? You don't need 3 chest plates. Like, you don't need 3 of them. Oh, Spectra, hi. So I decided to just go and get lost again on this Advent of Ascension world, searching for a jungle. Because I know one of those I need to find for the sake of getting a jungle sapling. Because one of the dimensions that's pretty much a really important part of my general progression through this mod, I cannot get to it without a jungle sapling. So I know Percasia has among one of the most useful staffs in the whole game. I'm trying to remember what Gardencia exactly had. Oh yeah, it had Rosodons. Pretty much these berries you can eat that just teleport straight up to the nearest block that's above your head. Its uses go way beyond just simply getting out of caves quickly. Also, if you're in like dungeons or pretty much any sort of building whatsoever, you can just eat the Rosodons and get onto the roof of the building. Also, if you don't want to have to scale a cliffside, like let's just say there's a very steep cliff, if you don't want to have to climb it, you can just dig into the side of the cliff, eat the Rosodon, then teleport right up. What four-wheeler? Is it just some little island? Yes, it is. It's got sugar canes on it. I guess this is just some other small island. Yep. Oh, you mean like an ATV or something? Or am I totally thinking of something different? Oh, I was thinking in the right direction. And you know how to ride one? Nice. Oh, so essentially one of the smaller ones. Not in particular. Well, okay then. Yeah, oof, sounds about right. Which face? was it supposed to be? What was the face supposed to be instead of a laugh face? Oh. Imagine if it was some sad face. And it auto-corrected to it laughing. I mean, I can imagine that might get out of hand. Depending on the situation. Oh, okay. 14 silver coins for a lotto totem. That sounds a little steep. Oh, Daiso, long time no see. Another lotto man. Yeah, LOL means laugh out loud. I still remember hearing about this one clueless parent who thought it meant something pretty different from laugh out loud. I mean, how many are there exactly? Alright, get me in the boat. Okay, I thought there was like a lot fewer than 60. That would take a while to get through. I don't know, SNWC is certainly bigger than it was a couple years ago. I doubt you'll miss me finding a jungle. If it's just gonna be 5 minutes. Like, I doubt I can find this jungle in just 5 minutes. Oh, so you're saying it's probably really gonna be worth it to go through those entries? Oh, so they account for half of the entries. Well, okay then, that sounds like it's gonna be fun. Now that I think about it. See, I still remember that story about that one clueless parent who thought LOL meant something completely different. I think she sent like specifically this message to her son. Could have been some other relative, I don't remember, but I think she said something along the lines of, "Our great aunt died yesterday, LOL." Mom, why are you laughing? Oh, I thought LOL meant lots of love. I'm so sorry. Yeah, totally does not mean lots of love. I mean, that makes sense. Lots of love. Yeah, but like I'm just assuming most people who even only have a basic understanding of internet slang will know it's laugh out loud. Like I don't even think you need like a basic understanding or just like barely a basic understanding of internet lingo to know it's laugh out loud. Like you gotta be clueless to think it's anything other. Though you can't really argue with that logic that it's got the same acronym. Another laughing one. I know that has to do with laughing also. And doesn't like the string of K's also have to do with laughing as well? There's a desert. It can be pretty much as many K's as you feel like putting. Even though I wouldn't recommend you put 3. Could be pretty much any amount of Ks. Pronounce ka 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 ka, so on and so forth. For as many Ks as you want to put. Yeah, someone had to just tell me that it meant LOL. And of course I believe them. Still did not change the fact that I played a Super Mario ROM hack that said KKK in it. Oh, there's some carved runes, but I don't really need to pick those up. Oh, they're both cartographers. I'm honestly tempted to just take the books just so I have books to enchant later. Just so I can put enchantments on books later. I'll probably just take some of those. I mean, it's 21 for books, can't really complain. I mean, I probably already had enough leather to make more books to make the last of the couple bookshelves I need to have like a fully enchanted enchanting table. Well, not fully enchanted, but like about as maxed out as it could get with having all the bookshelves. Yeah, I'd have to say I am somewhat excited. There's another village in this savannah. And if I want to go start killing rammerheads for a bit more hunter experience, I could just take this as an opportunity to do so. Gonna quickly see what else might be going on around here. Sure, there's another loot chest with... Okay, iron ingots. These I will actually take. Yeah, I've heard they've really just been doing a lot with the nether. Like, the nether's gonna be seriously different after this update, I've heard. Yeah, when are they gonna revamp caves, though? Even though they're gonna revamp the nether, which is pretty awesome. I mean, yeah, the nether can certainly get stale after a while. So yeah, good on Microsoft/Mojang to just revamp that. I hope caves are sooner or later. I have to wonder just how long people have been asking for this cave update. Right, so this is why I want to make another shield. And there's some hunter experience. Alright, I already got myself an acacia sapling, so that's good. So I'm gonna grab that. And probably toss the nether quartz. Acacia sapling, nice. I'm still gonna look around for rammerheads, see if I can spot any. I could also opt to stay here until it becomes night. Then quickly double back towards that desert and just get the Barathos Realmstone. So for one of the dimensions to unlock it, I need to just deal the killing blow on a husk with this blank Realmstone here. Which will only spawn in the desert, so... I could just stick around here and wait for night, just so I can get that Realmstone out of the way while I'm out here. And also do a bit of hunter training while I'm here. Including one biome where gas seems to spawn like crazy, from what I've seen. I mean, there's like this public snapshot, I was able to see people playing that. In the Nether, you mean, the villager? Yeah, I hope they nerf that one, because it looked really intimidating. Yeah, good to hear. Definitely did seem a little overkill to see all those gas at once. I mean, unless you have a weapon that's capable of taking them on, like a bow. I mean, as long as you have a bow, it's probably not that bad. I'm gonna double check to see what use Rammerhead Hide has and why am I still carrying these extra carved runes. Okay, so I can use this to make some guns. This Rammerhead Hide. Guns and blasters. Okay, so there's an archer gun that requires no ammunition. And to make an armor set with Rammerhead Hides. Buckets of milk and runic energy. And then the armor plating and the reinforced cloth. Yeah, I could maybe just take this also as an opportunity to get a bit of hunter experience while I wait for night to fall. So I can just then get myself a Barathos Realmstone. So I'll probably just stay here until it becomes night. Oh, so the pigmen are getting completely replaced. And they're really just going to, like, take the pigmen out of the nether. It's gonna feel even more different now that I know the fact there's, like, gonna be no pigmen anymore. They're just gonna look really different. So they're still gonna act just like the old pigmen, but just look pretty much like another mob. Yeah, Minecraft's gonna look so different at the rate, like, things are changing. So yeah, I've heard that they have their own trades just like villagers. And gold spawning in the nether too. Okay, so I'm gonna quickly look around here for a husk. And once I get a Barathos Rumstone, I'm just gonna leave the desert simply. So I have to find a husk in here somewhere. Now I just have to get the looking. Alright, so when is this husk gonna show up? I tell you, it felt like mobs spawn more frequently in version 1.15.2 than they do here. Alright, so I hope I don't go the entire night without seeing a single husk. I mean, I'm hoping the odds of just having that happen are low enough that it doesn't. Oh, I see a regular zombie. Close, but not quite close enough to what I need to get. Not close enough, sadly. Alright, so still no husks in sight whatsoever. Oh, it's just a Sphinx. Got a little hopeful that it was actually what I was looking for. I don't even know why I'm carrying the carved runes still. I mean, I've already made myself a portal and everything. What do you mean monetary trading? As in pretty much either offering services for money or just asking for them? I'm trying to wonder exactly what controversy brought this on. Oh, you mean real world currencies. Or basically, I don't know, any currency that has like some sort of real world value. Well, there's a husk. Took long enough to find one. And there we go, that took long enough. But now we have this realm stone. I'm assuming, like, virtual currencies for video games probably also count, right? Well, with the whole pretty much sharing, well, not sharing ROM files, but like encouraging people to go download ROM files because to actually hack Super Mario in the first place, you have to do that. Oh, so that's how the definition of selling those services came to be. So, like, let's just say you draw some original graphics yourself, and by this logic, like, just because they're going to be used in a Super Mario ROM hack, it means you're selling a piece of the ROM. Not quite sure what kind of logic that even is. Considering those graphics can probably just stand alone by themselves, let's just say if maybe you made some fan game that didn't use a ROM file, perhaps. Like, let's just say you made a Mario fan game in Unity by drawing some assets that look like they would fit in said game. That's technically not a piece of a ROM in that case. Yeah, like, you sometimes have to wonder exactly who defines the rules, and if the rules are really being defined for, like, the community's best interest. Okay, I think if I find, yeah, if I find one more anything that's a hunter mob and kill it, I'm gonna get Hunter 4. Or I'm just gonna find Ocean. I'm gonna see if I can find one more Rammerhead and just kill it so I can get 4 Hunter. Might as well just get that out of the way. Oh, there's 2 more of these guys, actually. Alright, level 4 Hunter. Which is pretty much what I've always done when it came to ASM code. As in, like, code you did yourself. I mean, I never really planned to make it anything more than just a hobby I did, just for the love of the game. But it honestly does suck for people who are entitled to their merit, who are entitled to their, like, profits from their hard work. I mean, I'm definitely under the impression that they're entitled to something. I could buy sand for 10 copper coins. Oh, I could buy Prismarine shards off this guy. Okay, so if I don't want to find an ocean monument, I could just bring him some silver coins. Okay, I had no idea this guy also sold... When was that added to his list of trades? Prismarine shards. Like, when did the troll trader get those added to his trade list? So if I don't want to have to search out an ocean monument, I can alternatively just buy the shards off him for a silver coin each. Like, 1 for 4. But I still do want to save the money for other things I can buy, so... If I find a monument, I'm definitely just going to prioritize going there instead of just buying off the troll trader. Still pretty neat that that's an option. Which I suppose is good because you're not allowed to anymore. I mean, how exactly would that get tracked down anyways? Like, considering just how, like, no one can see your DMs except for you and the person you're DMing with, how are you supposed to really track this down? Like, how are you supposed to exactly enforce this rule that you can't just, like, buy stuff with real money or sell stuff for real money? Like, how are they gonna enforce this now that I think about it? Like I said, how do you enforce it? It's not like you can easily just send someone to snoop in on their private messages and private chats just to go and bust them for selling services for real world money. So it's probably not really going to crack down on it that much, I can imagine. I mean, sure, you can probably slow it down, but you probably can never put a true stop to it. Like, how do you enforce this? Like, just doesn't make too much sense. On Supermarket Central, yeah, obviously admins should be able to view private messages. That wouldn't be a surprise, but I'm talking about on Discord, where they don't have any admin privileges. Yeah, like admins on SNWC, of course, like I can imagine they can see all your private messages. Like that would definitely make sense. But on Discord or pretty much anywhere else really, you can just DM people from the SNWC community. Unless someone snitched on you. Yeah, that pretty much just goes into spying on people at that point. Which is what I'm really hoping this doesn't turn out to end up creating. Like, I really hope it doesn't get to a point where that becomes, like, acceptable. Yeah, because what if it does get to a point where every single thing you do is just monitored by some, like, admin, and they're just waiting to ban you for, like, one slip-up? I'm probably gonna just stop searching for the jungle at this point. I've been on stream for long enough. I probably won't bother looking for that jungle explicitly this stream unless I just, I don't know, stumble into it by accident on the way back. So I did get another realm stone. I got level 4 in Hunter. Yeah, no problem. I mean, I didn't really have much else to do. I mean, it's not like this requires, like, that much attention. It's not like this is very high intensity, just traveling across the overworld in armor that's slightly better than diamond. So yeah, this armor set I have is pretty much, like, has, like, the same armor values as diamond, plus the ability to set enemies on fire that hit you. If you're wearing the full set, like, you're guaranteed to set whatever attacks you on fire, and if you hit something with a melee attack, even with just your fists, you'll set it on fire. So yeah, definitely one of the better armor sets for like when you're just starting out a playthrough of this mod. That's coming with 1.16. Though you still need diamonds to make netherite from what I've heard. I don't know why there just has to be something that's better than diamond. Considering from pretty much the beginning of Minecraft's history, like diamond was always like the best tier. Like imagine if diamond becomes obsolete. Well, what am I saying? You need diamonds to make netherite so it won't truly become obsoleted. Yeah, I prefer they just leave making diamonds possibly obsolete to modern Minecraft. Yeah, I heard you still need the diamonds no matter what. Just to make the netherite tools. Oh, I see some runium. Let me take that. Now I gotta make inventory space for it quickly. Just 2 chunks of it and no more than that. Oh, you mean the netherite pieces are actually immune to just getting burned in lava? So yeah, if you die. Period, if you die. Ideally, if you know what you're doing in Minecraft, you don't die at all. Yeah, perhaps I will slip up eventually. Okay, there's my wood. Yeah, I really don't think we'll be finding a jungle this stream. Yeah, I'm not willing to go back out and search again for one. That can just wait at this point. Yeah, I definitely had to give it a look-see. Unless I just somehow stumble into one right now. But I'm really not expecting it to happen. Oh, speaking of slimes, I guess there's gonna be a couple here. Oh, I didn't even see any slime balls drop whatsoever. Yeah, speaking of being ruined forever, I heard they're changing combat a second time. Haven't really been keeping up with much in our server besides the real world events, which are looking pretty chaotic, just like based on what's going on in the real world. Oh, another skeleton. There we go. Oh, just the guy that sells banners. Not particularly interested in that. Oh, torn cloth drop. So I'm gonna quickly pick this up once I figure out what to throw away. Yeah, advice to anyone wanting to get into Advent of Ascension 3.2 or later. Like, get as much torn cloth as possible. Like, every opportunity you get to try and get a piece of it, like, take up that opportunity. Because that's used to make a lot of the armor sets, and to make, like, a lot of the bows as well. So torn cloth is really just another of those items you're going to need to pretty frequently just obtain a lot of. Yeah, I'm pretty sure we would have seen a jungle by now if we did find one. Like, I can't even possibly imagine there being a jungle anywhere near here at this point. So I guess I'll just have to hope I have better luck next time looking for this thing. It's weird how Minecraft can just not give you that one thing that's usually easy to find. Jungles? They're definitely on the more rare side of things. They're typically really not that common. I mean, of course, just traveling across the world's pretty straightforward, but you might just possibly spend a long time looking for a jungle. Oh yeah, Shy Guy, long time no see. And I still remember he used to have that even longer name. Lucky with what, finding jungles? Sometimes it really is just a case of you getting lucky, perhaps. When it comes to finding jungles or pretty much anything else that's on the rarer side of things. You find Tegas less frequently than jungles, is that what you're trying to say? Another of these guys that just makes you, like, not able to move when it hits you. Well, at least I got 2 more bones. Oh, I mean like the giant tree taigas. I think those might only be like slightly more common than jungles. They're both definitely fairly rare. Like regular taigas aren't too rare. Those giant tree ones are definitely on the rare side of things. I'm just thinking like the regular ones, which aren't too rare at all. I've probably found more than 3 of them, but I've been playing Minecraft for a long time, so of course. I mean, jungles appear in every world, it's just a matter of finding them. I went to search for a jungle, but you didn't miss that. I didn't find the jungle. But I still did find a few other things. I decided to make a wart gun, which I couldn't actually use yet because I need nether wart to use as ammunition, and none of it's still really grown yet. So I have a gun with no ammo for it, and a bow with no ammo for it. So yeah, I got some ranged weapons, but I have problems with ammo. Like, I don't have adequate enough ammo to really supply it. Well, when I say supply it, I mean, like, supply my weapons so I can just use them. So I did get Barathos unlocked. Might just take a quick peek inside and see what there is. I think I'd rather just put away a bunch of my stuff first. Before I just take a quick peek in there to see if I get lucky and find anything useful, like really close by to where my portal ends up spawning in. So I got like 4 more holly top petals. That's probably good for only 16 more arrows. Must have been probably some optimizations with the code to make that happen, I can only imagine. Must have found a way to optimize that, I can imagine. So I can only make 16 more arrows, which I'll probably just run out of very quickly. 21 hardest ACT math problems, and you got 13 out of 21 right? That would be a pass, right? Spawn right next to the Baroness house. And this fly here. Spawn directly next to a Baroness house. Except I have no Baron tokens, I literally just got here. So I can't buy any of these guys' boxes. Can't buy anything off the lawn, man. I literally just got here. And it's also used up to make the portal frame that just generates on the other side of Barthos. And there's a power rune shrine up there, but I won't be using that for a while, most likely. Well, I do know where it is, but I won't be using it for a while. One Baron token. Just one. All you know is you got 13 right. So I don't think there's really too much to say about Barathos in all honesty. I can imagine this has to be among one of the easier dimensions to survive in. Especially if you just stay on the surface. Okay, so it's not just the April Fool thing where you just generate your own dimensions. Okay, so they're actually going to leave that in to some extent in the game. If you can just link me to those questions, I'll have to give it a shot. Like, did you use any sort of references to any notes when you went through those questions? But I'm assuming the dimensions are probably going to look a lot more presentable, right? And not just complete random mishmashes like you see in the April Fool's dimensions. And then a lot of them seem to feature end ships. And not just like a couple, like large fleets of end ships. And you have to wonder where they'd be going. Graphing calculator and paper. What about internet access? I assume you had that too, right? You need to be able to code them in. There's a hive chunk. Except I will not go and fight a boss yet. I won't be fighting any bosses anytime soon. Okay, I certainly do hope I got more right than you. I'd have to see the questions first. Okay, now I can barely see anything. Okay, so how many nether wart is that? Like 2 or something? And my inventory's already all full again. That didn't take long. Hive chunk. Yeah, I'm gonna have to sort through all this stuff and throw out my set of iron armor. That I still have, by the way, my iron armor. Still, for some reason, holding on to that. Even though I really shouldn't. And I'm gonna lose probably this sooner or later as well. 4 pieces of torn cloth. That's all I have right now. 3 ivory. I'll just put these back there. I want to put all my rudium chunks together, perhaps. And you just guessed, and did you actually guess your way to some right answers? I'll probably just make the rest of the bookshelves at this point. Might as well just get that done. Oh. I was thinking maybe you could have gotten lucky and guessed your way to some right answers. I mean, sometimes people are just lucky. Sometimes they're luckier than they should be. Oh, right, I need this too. Can I now make some books? Thank you. One, two, three. Let me quickly see if I can maybe get some better enchantment on this Fireborn sword here. Smite, looting 1. I can get looting 1 on this sword. So I guess this is a start. And just looting 1. I'll probably take that too, just because it's nice to have. I mean, I'm going to have to try after this stream. I mean, I really do want to just see if I can maybe get 100 on it. It definitely sounds like it's going to be worth a try. Yeah, same here. So I have looting 1 on a Fireborn sword. I mean, I've already been live for 3 hours. Oh, but you want to see my thought process. Okay, so I have the right... Okay. I guess I will get some paper out and just try this on stream. Should I screen share what I'm looking at from the actual questions? I don't know if I'll get perfect. I don't even know if I should make this a competition. I mean, I'm glad I'm actually done with school and now you're just bringing it right back to me. Like, come on now. You're literally just bringing the school back to me. But I suppose I'll try this anyways. Even though I would have preferred to not just been brought back to school after being done with another semester. Alright. Can I get this out of my way? No, I want to get this OBS out of my way. Now I want to be able to see this again. And my chat. Talk to you later, man. I'm not going to submit my email. These difficult math questions, and you want me to do these live on stream. Perhaps I will give it a shot. I'm just gonna close Minecraft at this point. Move this out of my way. Now where am I gonna put my headset? I want to get that out of my way too. So you really want me to do this live on stream? Guess I'll go for it then. So let me read through like whatever they want me to do here. So number 1, graph the equation, parabola. I mean, I didn't think I'd have to take another test after I was already done my semester, but here we are. Okay, so h is the height and t is time. Got it. If you alter only this equation c term, which seems to be multiplied by t not at all, so I don't even think it really impacts. Yeah, I have to look at this a bit closer, but I can imagine changing c. I don't know if it's only like going to be like the h with t-intercept. I think you're literally just moving the graph either up or right. Like, the shape of the graph's not going to change in this case if you alter only c. Like, that shouldn't change it. Like, the graph's probably just going to move either up or down, or left or right. So you can pick either F, G, H, J, or K. Why not A, B, C, D, or E? So I'm going to say J, even though that should probably be D. Okay, now it's A, B, D, C, and E. All real numbers, B and C. Such that the product of C and 3 is B. Which of the following expressions represents the sum of C and 3? So C plus 3, or 3 plus C, in terms of B. Oh, this shouldn't be too hard. This honestly doesn't sound too bad. Probably just going to be simple algebra. So I'm going to divide by 3 on both sides to get C equals B over 3. And then I'm going to add 3 to both sides. I think I might need to go get something to drink. Hold up here. I'm honestly only just hovering back and forth between two possibilities, but I'm leaning more towards E. So I'm going to hope that that's... So I divided and then I added 3. What about now? Ow. Ow. Oh, shit. Function is equivalent to... Okay, this one actually probably isn't so daunting. Oh, I put my headset back on, so that's why I now sound less quiet. Okay, so just find the equivalent function. So just get this x plus 1 over x to the 3 minus x. Get this into one of these forms. And which one would it be? Oh, of course. And since it's multiple choice, I can actually just try and get this into whatever's going to look like one of these 5. So I'm going to start just... I'm going to take an x outside of x to the 3 minus x and just make that an x squared minus 1 times x. Makes sense. I'm just looking to see, like, how you got this one right. So I know how to get into this form. I think maybe they want me to try and cancel out 2 of the x's. So I'll try trying to put it in this form and see what happens. 1 plus 1 over x divided by x squared minus 1. I'll try and put it in this form. So I think this can go on the bottom. I'm trying to see what to do here to get from this function I've been given to one of the possible answers. So I currently have this function now in the form 1 plus 1 over x divided by x squared minus 1. I'm now trying to just decide what I want to do from here. I really don't think it can be h, considering the form of the function I have right now. I could just guess j on this one, with what I'm currently looking at. Yeah, perhaps I might in this case. I'm just gonna hope j is the correct one, with the form I at least managed to get it into. I gotta read a little essay here, or at least what it looks like one. If I know how to read and extract key information, probably I should get it right. Tablecloth for a circular table. Diameter is like double the radius, isn't it? So I'm going to draw a circle with a diameter of 3 feet. Hang down 5 inches. Okay, so 12 inches is 1 feet. I was about to say the other way around. What, the one with Kirk? Fold under and sew down 1 inch. So this is asking me how much fabric he's going to need in this case. But why should I care how much fabric Kirk needs? Like, he should be smart enough to know this if he's the one who's making the fucking table. 3 feet in diameter. So what would be the surface area? So if I do pi r squared, radius is 1.5 squared pi. What's the surface area of the tablecloth going to be? So let me square 1.5 and then multiply that by pi. So really not a lot of surface area. And then pretty much around the circumference it's got to go down like 5 inches. And then sew down 1 inch under, fold under, so it's got to go hang down 6 inches, I hope. And then around the circumference, it'll be 6 inches of tablecloth around the circumference of the table. It's like 3 feet in diameter. So I think that would be 3 times pi for a circumference around the table. 9.42, then times 6. So this will be in inches. I don't know where I'm going with this one. Like, why does this question even exist? Let's be honest here. So I don't know how it makes sense. I think my calculations are probably wrong. "60 inches wide fabric." Is that even relevant to the question? The fact that we're getting information about how wide the fabric is? Yeah, go to hell, Kirk. How does this make any sense even? I just want to move on to the next one at this point. Okay, so I just need to know the difference between sine and cosine here, it looks like. So A1 and A2 are constants, it looks like. So two different B's and T. So, like, the B is multiplied by the T. And then we're taking, like, a sine of that. So I know the difference between my sine and my cosine anyway, so I hope that can just get me the answer to this one. So I just need to read all the answers carefully. I think I have to look at the graph. So that's going to be a line at 0. Well, I know the sine of 0 is 0 and the cosine of 0 is 1. So I'll use that as a starting point to just tell that, okay, so y2 of t, that's the cosine graph, and y1, that's the sine graph. So cos of 0 is 1, so it's 1 over here. It's 0 there, it's negative 1 there, then it's 0. So yeah, the difference between sine and cos, pretty apparent with just this graph alone. So the sine one is the dotted line, the cos one's the solid line. Constants are both, the constants b1 and b2 are positive real numbers. Why do I feel like I need to read absolutely everything in the question to answer it properly? So which one could be bigger than the other? Like, how am I supposed to know if I'm not really being told any concrete information? Honestly, this one didn't look too intimidating at first, but the more I look at it, the less I understand how I'm going to get the right answer. Okay, so it looks like one of these constants, A1, is positive and the other is negative? Or is that the case? Actually, no, this goes up then down. Okay, so they're probably both either positive or negative. But this is the sine wave. So it's probably got like a bigger A than the cos wave has. A1, probably bigger than A2. I'm gonna hope it's B. A1 just looks like it's bigger than A2. A1, this is on the sine wave and has like greater magnitude than the cosine wave does. A is pretty much a constant, and I think that is pretty much what is determining the magnitude on each of these waves. So the magnitude on the sine wave, which is the dotted line, looks bigger than the magnitude on the cosine wave. This looks like it's about A1, I'm going to guess, is probably 2 times A2, just if this graph is correct. That's the magnitude of the wave. And I think if you just increase like the values of B1 and B2, like you might just be stretching out the graph. So like each of these waves would appear to be a lot more stretched horizontally if you just raise these B values. But I think increasing this just increases the magnitude of the wave. I think that's it, just from memory. I think I'm like 80 to 90% sure that's what the constant is going to manipulate in this case. So A1 appears to be bigger. I'm going to assume they're both like greater than 0, but I could be wrong. That's what I'm thinking. So I'm going to say B. Trying to just make sure I've actually... Yeah, A1 should be bigger in this case. So yeah, B it is. Oh boy. I'm going to need some time to read this one too. How quickly does everyone else just go through these? Like, am I actually going through this slower than the average person right now? 0 between x and pi over 2. Okay, so I would need to know trig identities to probably adequately solve this one. So I would need to know my identities for this. Right, so 1 minus cos square, that should be sine square, right? 1 plus sine square. No, 1 minus sine is like cos. So the one on the left is going to simplify quite nicely. Oh, it is 1 minus sine. I didn't write that correctly, so that can turn into cos squared x, the 1 minus sine squared. At least I think that's what the identities are. If I'm correct, this is going to simplify nicely. Square root of sine squared should turn into sine x. So sine x over sine x should become 1. Cos squared, square root of that, should be cos x, divided by cos x. The sine x over sine x should simplify into 1, and the cos x over cos x should simplify to 1, and then that should simplify to 2. If I remember the identities, should be 2. You think you guessed on this one and got it right? I'm just hoping my memory of identities is good enough to get this one right. I'm thinking this is just a trig identities problem, number 6. Okay, so I think on this one, I think I need to take g of x and actually plug it into f of x. So I think I need to replace the x in the square root of x with the 7x plus b for this to work. And then I gotta solve for b in this. 4 is gonna go where x is, and 6 is gonna go where y is. So it's gonna become 6 equals to the square root of 28 plus b. I'm going to square both sides. Make this 36 equals 28 plus b. Subtract 28 on both sides. 8? So a, I hope. Logarithms. Real value of x in a log equation. So these two logs are in the same base, this one's not. And I don't know what to do from here. Thanks. I could just guess on this one at this point. Yeah, I have the luxury of guessing if I really have to. I at least have the luxury to guess and possibly get it right. Low chance of getting it right just by not even knowing, just getting lucky with a guess. So yeah, so what would I do here? I'm just gonna guess on this one. I'd rather not just hold everyone up here. In the complex plane, horizontal axis is called the real axis and the vertical is called imaginary. Why does this matter to me? Complex number a plus bi. Graph in the complex plane is comparable to the point AB graph in the standard coordinate plane. Modulus of the complex number is given by... I've never even heard of some of these terms at all. Or at least I wouldn't remember them. That I maybe heard them a long time ago. The modulus is at least given to us. Which of the complex numbers has the greatest modulus? And I'm having to look at this, perhaps, on the graph. So a squared plus b squared. Greatest modulus, so if I took z1, just by looking at it, would it have like the greatest value of a squared plus b squared square root of? Looks like it would, just from what I'm seeing. I mean, it seems to be furthest away from the origins, so I think it might just have to add like the biggest numbers for a and b. And it doesn't really matter if it's like going to be negative a or b, because you're squaring the number to make it a positive. I hope it's just as simple as which point's furthest away from 0. Because even if it's like on like going in a negative direction, you still have to square the number. So that makes it a positive again. Which of the following is a rational number? So in other words, can be represented as p over q properly. Or in other words, has like decimals that are either infinitely repeating and not just like arbitrary and random, or actually just has decimals that eventually end, or it's just like a whole number. So if I do root 7, I get like seemingly infinite random decimals at the end of 2.64, whatever. So if I did root 1 over 5, what's it going to look like? Are any of these actually the right answer? Wait a minute. If I did 64 square root, that's 8. If I did 49 square root, that's 7. So wouldn't E just simplify to 8 over 7? Which is possible to represent as P over Q, P being 8 and Q being 7. Yeah, I think that makes perfect sense. It's probably E in this case for the rational number. Integer is to be chosen at random. Probability that the number chosen will have 0 as at least one digit. So there's 900 possibilities. Number chosen will have 0 as at least a single digit. This one seems simple enough. If I just list out what the patterns of the numbers look like. So I'm just going to list the numbers briefly, like 100, 101, 102, 103, so on and so forth, up to 110. So this would be a group of like 11 numbers. And then for the next 100 numbers, there will be another group of 11 numbers that could be it. So it probably can't be A, that seems a little low. If there's like, for each of the hundreds of numbers, like a group of 11 numbers that can be it. So 100 through 110, including both, have at least one 0 in there somewhere. Then there's 120, 130, 140, all the way to 190. So another 9 numbers. So there's certainly a lot of numbers that I think it's probably going to be D most likely, just from what I'm looking at here. It's the closest to what would make sense. In the figure below, line Q and stuff. Physicist wants me to just tell him my score after I finish this. I hope it's higher than his. And even then, I don't know how much longer I'm willing to try that hard on stream to just get all the answers right. I think what might stop me is like how hard I'm willing to try. Because there's still like 11 more questions on this. The slope of line R. Congruent angles. So the slope on Q is a -2. Actually, no, the slope, it looks like it's a positive. Yeah, because if I just do plus 2x on both sides for like the line Q with that equation, minus 2x plus y equals 1, if I do that, y, if I do add 2x on both sides, okay, so it becomes y equals 2x plus 1, so positive 2 on the slope Q, congruent lines, R looks like it's literally just the mirror image of Q, so -2. I hope I can just speed through this. I mean, I honestly want to be done the stream like about 30 minutes ago. Right triangle below. 0 is like less than B, less than A. So A is the longest side, B is shorter. They're both greater than 0. One of the angle measures in this triangle is arctangent A over B. What is the cosine of arctangent A over B? I might be guessing on this one too. Cosine over has something to do with the hypotenuse, right? So adjacent over hypotenuse. I'm trying to remember which one's adjacent though. I know like the hypotenuse has got to be like the square root. So I don't know which of the angle measures is like the arctangent. It's probably not the right angle. So I'm gonna just go with either C or D. I think I'm just gonna guess C at this point. For every positive 2-digit number with tens digit T and units digit U, for every positive 2-digit number X, tens digit T and units digit U, let Y be the 2-digit number formed by reversing the digits of X. Pfft. Never seen a problem like this. Which of the following expressions is equivalent to X minus Y? I've never seen a problem like this before. I can't even possibly imagine it being 0. Okay, it can't be 0. That doesn't make any sense, because let's just say if we took a 2-digit number X to be 19. And then X minus Y would in that case be 19 minus 91, which is not 0, so it's not K, clearly. Let's just get rid of that one already. I don't feel like it's either going to be F or G either. I'm leaning towards one of these two as the answer. Like, I know for a fact it's not 0, but that's all I'm certain about. What if we just start making up some numbers and trying to plug things in and see what makes sense? So I'll make 1 the tens digit, and the U I'll make 9, so the unit digit will be 9. So I'll just test each of these equalities and see which ones uphold and which ones fail. So I try any of these equalities, for example, let's just make X equals Y, 19 minus 91. And then for like T minus U, that would make 1 minus 9. And if I want to test G, that would be like 9 minus 1. I'll test 1 minus 9 first, which is like negative 8. So that becomes negative 72 on the right-hand side. If I do 19 minus 91, I get minus 72 on both sides. So let's say if I were to switch these around. Let's say if I were to test out G, I would do 19 minus 91, and then 9 times 9 minus 1, which would be positive 72, so that would not uphold. If I test out H, that would be like 19 minus 91 equals to 9 times 1 minus 9, which would be 0. And then if I were to test it with J, that would be 9 times 9 minus 1, so negative 72 equaling to 80. The only one that makes sense just by plugging in like a pair of arbitrary values is F. So it would be this one right here. That's the only one that makes sense. 0 is just off the table right away. Alright, so there's like probably 7 more of these at this point. I just want to get this over with at this point. Which of the following inequalities must be true? x greater than 1, y less than minus 1. Which of these must be true? So like y has to be negative and x has to be positive. So if I divide x by y, 1 positive, 1 negative, then that makes no sense. It can't be greater than positive 1. So there's also like the absolute value of x squared being greater than y. What if I just make y a lot bigger than x? Like, this has to work for every possible number that fits, like, each of these criteria. So, like, let's just say I pick something tiny for x. Like, let's just say I make it, like, 2, and I make y, like, I don't know, negative 100. This becomes positive 100 by the absolute value. Then this becomes only 4. This wouldn't work. It has to work for every single number. This looks like it makes the most sense for what I'm seeing. Oh, and then I can actually square these, like... So I think for e, that would be equivalent to writing, like, 1 over x squared being greater than 1 over y squared. But again, like, this would have to work for every single number you can pick. But since we're squaring numbers in this case, I can pick like anything negative for y and it's just going to become a positive. So I don't think it would work on e because of that. I think this might be like my best bet for the right answer. I'm considering C. But I'm not even sure. Am I doing homework, Flames? No, these were some ACT math questions that physicists actually want me to do on stream, and then he left in the middle of it. And as soon as I'm done, I'm going to tell him like the score I got. As much as I was happy to actually get away from having to do math after finishing my semester, Fizz just brought me right back into doing math. So yeah, just for this one time on this one stream. Not counting any programming I do. So like at least not in the context of taking tests. So I'm trying to still evaluate which of these would be the right answer. Honestly, this does make the most sense. I might be up for that, perhaps. So if I put, like, pretty much anything in x, it has to be, like, greater than 1. And anything I put in y has to be less than minus 1. So honestly, this one does make the most sense. Here you can just square whatever you put into y and make it a positive, and then easily make this a lot greater than this one. I would be fine with that. I mean, I've streamed some Mario Flash game custom-made levels before, or Mario fan game ones. Physicist maybe streamed some of his levels a while ago. I mean, I still ended up enjoying it. It was still fun regardless. I'm just gonna go with C and hope it's right. I also hope we get some reasoning as to why the answers are right, because that would be interesting to see. So 16, what's this one? X squared plus mx plus n equals 0. M and n are integers, so they're not decimals. X is minus 3. Okay, so it's gonna turn out to be 9 minus 3m plus n equals 0. And I have to somehow get m out of this. And despite still having two variables, I have to get m by itself. Alright, so I have two variables, so how do I isolate only one of them? Yeah, it also puts emphasis on the word only, so... Wonder if there's something else in this question I'm just not even seeing. Because what I've written it down as 9 minus 3m plus n, but I still have two variables, and I don't know what to do if I have two variables. I need to isolate one without having one of the other variables too. I'm gonna hope it's minus 3. I should almost be done this test at this point. And this is the formula I'm being given. Okay, I gotta read through the whole formula. I'll probably write it down, that should probably help me understand a bit better if I just take the time to write it down, but look at all these variables. What's the effect on P? When A is multiplied by 2, what's the effect on P? Well, I can isolate A by itself. So 1 over 2 times R times Y plus 1, and all this is multiplied by A and divided by 12Y. So I can just isolate A by itself pretty easily and make it a lot easier to understand what A is going to do. If A is multiplied by 2. So I've now written the equation as follows. P is equal to A, and all that A is timed by half R times Y plus 1 divided by 12Y, so it's probably got to be D. Like, if it's not D, I'm just going to, like, break shit. Like, it would have to be D at this point. Like, what else would make any more sense? Free one, but a little intimidating when you first look at it. But that really, it should be D. Like, it better be D. Like, how could that be wrong? Like, my reasoning was perfect. The points... Let me just write down the points. E6, 4, F, 14, 12. Lie on a standard Cartesian plane. Point D lies on, like, the line EF. Such that the length of, like, line segment EF is 4 times the length of the line segment DE. I'm just going to write this down, it should look simple enough. So EF is 4 times greater than DE, so... should look like that point D is about a fifth of the way up the line, like DF. So I'm going to just look at the distance between E and F, which would be like 8 and 8. What are the coordinates of D? Oh, coordinates, so... like, I can imagine they're probably not going to be, like, both the same in this case. If you know the equation, you can eliminate one answer. I don't think it's going to possibly be h at this point. So it's probably either F or G at this point for what I'm seeing. I'm probably going to go with F just because it looks like, from what I'm seeing, point D is about a fifth of the way between E and F. And F's probably the closest, where I can just picture the point being like a fifth of the way up the line. But shouldn't the point be like decimal values then? And not just whole numbers? If we have to take a fifth of 8 and then add it to 6, and then a fifth of 8 and add it to 4? Like, is there something wrong with this question, or am I just reading it incorrectly? Or did someone actually mess up the question? Oh, of course I had them tracked. Did someone mess up this question and, like, didn't tell anyone? Or am I reading it wrong? I'm just gonna go with F. Makes the most sense at this point. Or do I maybe need to just round to the nearest whole number? Because if the point is really a fifth of the way up the line, I would just do like 1 over 5 divided by 8, because that seems to be like the length of the line segment itself, like 8, 8, taking the distance between 6, 4, and 14, 12. So I just divide like 8 by 5, and then add that to 6, and then add it to 4. And the closest answer to that has got to be F, 7, 5. That's like the closest answer. So I'm just going to write F and move on. Right, 19, which the following is the solution statement for the inequality shown below. One of these. Can I do any algebra to make this simpler? Solution statement for this inequality. Well, if I actually go by F's logic, then x could be 9. And if I plug 9 into the inequality I'm being given at the top of the question, then it becomes minus 5 is less than, like, minus 21 minus 27? Yeah, like 5 is less than minus 26, which makes no sense, so F doesn't make a whole lot of sense. Like, I don't remember how to do compound inequalities, so this is probably why. Is this like the stuff they teach you in high school and then don't really elaborate on further, like in college and beyond? So is maybe that why, like, I'm having trouble with this? I think I'm probably just going to try and ignore the 1 because that's a constant and that doesn't really change the equation much. I'll try and do this problem, but really not pay too much attention to the constant term. You touched on the topic. We might have done so too in high school, but of course this was a long time ago. There probably has to be at least a lower and an upper bound on the x for this to make any sense. I don't really think or is going to work either. I think it has to be like both less than and greater than another number. That's probably the only thing that really makes sense. I'm going to guess it's h just by going through all the possibilities that are listed there. Going through every possibility and just plugging in different values of x based on what the lower and upper bounds are. For example, with f, like x could be 9.9 something. It could be like a little less than 10. So let's just actually consider it being 10 because it could be 9.9999999 in this case. So I would put that there. And that would be like roughly close to 10, so that would be like roughly close to minus 30, and it would imply that that is less than minus 5. Actually, no, it would imply that, like, the minus 30 is greater than the minus 5, which it's not. So that's why I crossed off f as a possibility. More sine waves. Functions of the same maximum value. So it looks like one is just moved on over. Constants a and b. So it looks like one is just translated over here. So this line is probably y equals sine x, and then the one that looks like it's just been moved over and looks like a cosine wave is probably the second one. So it looks like this... I can't tell if it was moved forward or backwards. Might have been moved back, perhaps. I'm assuming it doesn't look like it was moved up or down at all, so I'm going to guess b is equal to 0. I'm going to guess a on this one. It doesn't look like it got moved up or down the second sine wave. Because I'm assuming if like b was added to it, it might have moved it up or down. Oh, finally, last question. I forgot this was like the last one, okay. Which of the following number line graphs shows the solution set to this inequality? So that's an absolute value, x minus 5, less than minus 1. Empty set, that doesn't make any sense. I think this looks like the best guess just from the fact there's an absolute value here. So the minus 1 is supposed to be the vigor value after you're done putting some number here. So let's say if x is 12, and that becomes like 12 minus 5, 7, which is not less than minus 1, so it's not j then. This probably makes the most sense. Since we're looking at an absolute value, I don't think it can be either g or h. Just from what I know about absolute values. I'm gonna just say it's f from what I'm looking at here. I don't know why this just constantly goes back and forth between A, B, C, D, and E, and then suddenly, randomly, F, G, H, J, and K. Honestly, this seems like a scam. Okay, the answer key. So, it's not J, it's K, so I was wrong on number 1. So number 1 is somehow wrong. Oh well. E. So 2 was correct, but 1 was not. 3 I said J, which is correct. I knew I was on the right track somehow. I literally just guessed K for Kirk, and I got that problem with Kirk correct. Let's see. So I definitely had the right idea with the 2 sine waves in question 5. So that's right, 2. Yeah, I'm looking through it now. 6, H. Yeah, I definitely remember my trig identities, so that's correct. Right, just ended up managing to get the problem stated into the form sine x over sine x, which of course cancels out to 1. And then cos x, which that also just turns out to be 1. So add those together, it's 2. Okay, so I said A for 7, right? Where B was equal to 8. Yeah, 7. Yeah, A. Yeah, I did. Yeah, I'm checking right now to see, like, well, I know I didn't get it perfectly. I got the first one wrong already. 8, I guessed, and I didn't guess it right. So 9F. I just somehow figured out, like, how moduluses work. 10E. Because it turns out the, like, number, like, square root of 64 over 49, that becomes equivalent to 8 over 7. So this you can represent as P over Q. That's the definition of a rational number. So that's how I was able to know that one. 11 I said D, and I was right. It's looking good. 12F. I don't remember that question, but I got it right. Oh yeah, that was easy. That ended up being pretty easy, surprisingly. 13. It says D. I said C. I just completely guessed on that one, and I got it wrong. Oh, there's answer explanations, but I don't even know if I'm going to bother to look at those at this point. So I can so far count 3 wrong answers on this whole test. "14, I said F, and I got it right. If all the possibilities weren't there in front of me, this test would have been a lot harder. Because I could actually just plug in different values of x just to try out all the possible answers to see which ones actually made sense and which ones didn't. Yeah, for example, question 14 with the 2 digits. I was able to just pretty much make up 2 arbitrary numbers that would actually fit this definition. For example, 19, and then because of that, y becoming 91. So I just took those numbers and put them through all of these cases here. So I just made 19 minus 91 equal to each of these to see which one made sense, and right away I could see that 0 obviously couldn't be it. Because 19 minus 91 cannot possibly be 0. So 15 was C. What was this question again that I got right? Yeah, because what I knew about inequalities, none of these answers made too much sense. These explanations are probably going to make a lot more sense than what I was saying this whole stream, but I guess I'll probably just let everyone else who wants to look at these explanations look at them themselves at this point. Because I have most certainly been streaming for long enough. So, yeah, 15 was C. I gotta mark that right. 16. Okay, I got 16 wrong. 17, D. Yeah, that had to have been right. That one looked easy enough once I figured out what to do with A. 18G. So 18 was wrong. My attempt at getting the slope and partial distance problem was wrong. My attempt at getting that right clearly failed. 19H, 20A, 21, somehow got it wrong. So apparently this was the empty set somehow. Okay, so if I do, like, wait a minute. 4 minus 5 is, like, -1, isn't it? Then that becomes 1, which is, like, not less than -1. Wait a minute. I think I read this wrong entirely. This one probably actually should have been a lot easier because this is an absolute value that's less than -1, so I think it's entirely possible that it doesn't matter what x you put here. So just because, due to the fact that this is an absolute value, this can never be anything less than 0, less than -1. What do you mean 21? How could it have been D if it's not even one of the choices? Now you're trying to redefine the problem. So this cannot be anything less than 0. And then, like, 0, it has to be at least 0, less than -1, so, the empty set now makes sense. So your number on the left-hand side of that equation can never be less than 0. So at the bare minimum, just put 0 there, which is not less than -1. So yeah, empty set. I want to see if that's what the explanation for number 21 says. Pay attention to the fact that our absolute value must supposedly be less than a negative number, which will be impossible because it always has to be positive by definition, and there's no such thing as a negative distance. The fact that an absolute value which can be at the very least 0 or greater must be less than -1. So obviously, the empty set. Like, it would be impossible to force the equality to work. Alright, so let me see. Let me just count all the x's on my paper. So 1x, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So 15 out of 21. Because physicists wanted me to do this on stream to see my thought process. Well, I didn't know how to do every problem, but I certainly gave it my best attempt. At least for some of these anyways. This is the logic I went with for the horizontal shift on the sine graph. That must be 0. Because this was a question with like 2 sine graphs, one in its natural place and one shifted horizontally. So I assumed the b had to have been 0, because that would determine the vertical shift of the sine graph. So yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah, probably. I only got 2 questions over you. So yeah, I'm going to end the stream here, perhaps. I've been on for long enough, 4 hours. I would have been done an hour ago if you didn't just bring up these math problems.